All right, severe weather moving across portions of central Illinois at this hour. We want to talk about a new tornado warning. If we can go ahead, we'll just take that full for just a second. This is a tornado warning that has been issued. And again, this tornado warning in effect for portions of Sangamon County. We can kind of zoom down in on this for you. You can see the areas here that are potentially going to be impacted by this. And so the concern is there, basically running from near Mechanicsburg, and going to be including I-72 and all the way up to Illiopolis is where our warning is in effect here. So we can just we'll take off the radar there and kind of show you the tornado warning polygon area. And that's what you're looking at here right now. You can see that tornado potentially going to cross over I-72. We're looking at an area here where some rotation has strengthened quite a bit just in the last few minutes, and it's going to be right on the Christian and Sangamon County line, where we are actually seeing that right now, and lifting to the northeast. So between Mechanicsburg and Mount Auburn is the location that we have the highest concern for a tornado here at this time. So here's a look at some of the details of that tornado warning that is in effect here for portions of Sangamon County. It is a radar indicated tornado, and it's going to go until 9:30 p.m. So you can see the area that we are most concerned about, and it's kind of going to be kind of right down here in this location here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to take a look at it for what we call within our radar scope, and it allows us to look at the velocity. And you're looking at right here where essentially some of that rotation is going to be. So it's going to be east of Mechanicsburg right now, where that rotation currently is. So if you are in this area east of Mechanicsburg and going to be heading towards the Illiopolis area, there is definite rotation on this storm. You need to be taking shelter immediately. Anywhere there between east of Dawson to Illiopolis along I-72, this is going to pass probably just to the north and west of Mount Vernon, or I'm sorry, Mount Auburn, I should say, and it's lifting to the northeast. So that's currently the situation that we're looking at here right now. Kind of back things out for you. And this is actually lifting to the north and to the east. So as we put a little bit of a loop on it, you can see the movement that this is actually heading for. So it's lifting north and east. Just in the last few minutes, that has been where we've had that increase in that circulation. So that tornado warning in effect for Sangamon County. This is going to be a storm that is going to head right through portions of far northeastern Sangamon County and heading towards Illiopolis. If you are in the Illiopolis area, you're wanting to be taking shelter right now. Tornado sirens most likely going off in Mechanicsburg and in Illiopolis right now. And it's due to this area where rotation has increased quite a bit, and the tornadic circulation there has formed and could be developing a tornado at this moment. So definitely be taking shelter. We're seeing a pretty good area of rotation that is essentially located right smack dab between Mechanicsburg and the Mount Auburn area. That generally is the spot. Now I want to kind of show you the wide view of everything once again as we kind of come in, and we'll show you what we're looking at here. And there is a pronounced hook that has definitely formed now. And I have a feeling the Weather Service might even have to recreate this tornado warning a little bit more and maybe add in some real estate on this, as it's going to be right on the edge of where that tornado warning is. Right here is where we have that hook echo that is showing up, where that rotation is, and a pretty intense signature is now starting to show up with this, and confidence increasing that this tornado that we would have located right here. Here's your rotation, okay? In that tornado warning cell, it's going to be here. So let's kind of look at things here. You've got I-72, okay? You've got Mechanicsburg, you've got Mount Auburn. So you got Christian County here. You've got portions of eastern, northeastern Sangamon County here. Here's Mechanicsburg. Here's I-72 right here. And so right there along the county line. But this is now lifting to the north and east, okay? So this is heading towards the Illiopolis area. You need to be taking shelter right now if you are in Illiopolis. I'm seeing some strong indicators of a possible tornado right here. Now, this probably is going to pass just to the northwest of Mount Auburn, but it is going to be heading right along the county line and stretching up to the northeast. Eventually, this could be heading up towards Illiopolis. So that's why, again, of utmost concern for you. So let's kind of widen it out just a little bit more, and you can see where some other locations are. So you've got Niantic. Now, you guys technically are just outside of it, but this is going to head right there to the northeast, and that circulation, it has definitely kicked up here in the last few scans. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch things back over to just showing you where the velocity is on this, and the velocity on that is going to clearly show some of that rotation, and where we're looking for are basically some of these reds and greens kind of coming close to one another, and that is precisely what we've got at this time. And so we definitely think that we might have a tornado forming or is potentially on the ground there. This is going to be just to the east of Mechanicsburg, where I'm seeing that rotation. County Highway 33. We're talking about Water Tower Road. That's going to be right there where the water tower is there. We're Mechanicsburg, east of that area, between Mechanicsburg and Buffalo. This is going to cross I-72 in the next few minutes or so. So you can see where I-72 is located. In the next few minutes, this is going to come right across the interstate and eventually going to be passing along I-72. So if you are anywhere between Mechanicsburg, Niantic, along I-72, definitely need to be paying attention to this storm right now. Strong indications of a tornado, and we're really starting to see a little bit of an uptick in some of this rotation according to radar. Illiopolis, I'm telling you right now, if you are listening to me, if you know somebody in Illiopolis right now, if you know somebody in Illiopolis right now, call them, text them, tell them to take shelter right now. There's a developing tornado just to their south and west. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to show the update on this here in just a second. But we are definitely seeing some good indicators right here where rotation is lifting to the northeast. It's going to cross over I-72 in just a few minutes. And the confidence level for this is fairly high, folks. I got to tell you, I do have some concern here that, in fact, we are dealing with either the formation of a tornado or one that is forming at this time. It is going to come very, very close to the Illiopolis area. So let's kind of look at this once again where we have this, okay? And so the rotation, you're going to see this little area right here. This is it. This is going to be where the tornado is and potentially lifting right towards Illiopolis, okay? That's where we're going right now and along I-72. That is the general area of concern that we've got right now. When we take this back over to the velocity signature, there it is once again, where these bright colors are coming right next to one another. So we're zoomed way down in on this. So Mechanicsburg, Illiopolis Road, just south of Haines, that's where that potential tornado is. Just south of Haines, your rotation is right here and heading right there between Haines and Illiopolis. This is going to be on I-72 in the next minute or so. Strong signature for a tornado that has formed here, okay? So definitely be taking shelter. If you are in this area right now, this storm riding right along that Christian and northeastern Sangamon County line. And so this is going to be, again, kind of lift. It's in the new radar scan, almost has this right on top of the interstate. You've got about just a few minutes before this may start to come into the north kind of west side of Illiopolis. The indicator for this is definitely quite strong. We are looking at a potential tornado on the interstate right now. That's what I'm looking at from what I can tell from radar. That circulation is going to be right on I-72. This storm coming into the Illiopolis area. Right now, that rotation definitely very pronounced and continuing to form at this time. So again, folks in that area, please be taking shelter. Lowest level of your home. You want to get into the center part of your house. You want to get out of mobile homes if you have that time to do so. Basement is going to be best if you don't have that. Interior room, closet sometimes. You want to get away from outside windows, and you want to be on the lowest level of the structure that you are in. So here's that kind of wide view of, again, right here, that circulation now going to be between Haines and Illiopolis. Essentially, if we have a tornado, you've got one literally probably right through here. Okay, this is the area where we've got rotation between Haines and Illiopolis. Taking shelter right now is imperative for you as this storm is going to be approaching there. We have got that. Listen, if you're over there right now, into eastern portions of Sangamon County, and we're just going to talk about, locations there, even near Niantic, just, depending upon kind of where this goes. Far northwestern corner of Macon County would be that potential area as well. So we can kind of show you exactly where this is going. What I'll do is we'll clear this out just a little bit. We'll bring you back out, and we'll put a little bit of a storm path on this. So the latest with this tornado warning, tornado producing storm moving to the north and east at about 30 miles per hour. So at 30 miles per hour, essentially that is going to take us, and we can kind of put a little bit of a path on this to the north and east. And so if this would continue, then again, these are kind of like down the line things here. There's Illiopolis, in the next couple of minutes here. Down the line, we all know that Latham had that tornado last week. And so if this continues on its path here, it is going to be going in your general direction over the next few minutes, or over the next kind of 20 to 30 minutes. This storm coming into the west side of Illiopolis right now. You need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. Do not be outside looking for this. That rotation literally coming into the west side of the town of Illiopolis. There is your rotation. We're looking at some of those reds and greens kind of coming right next to one another. Again, this storm here has really seen an uptick in its tornadic potential, and it kind of ramped up pretty quick. This kind of went from, just a general thunderstorm to a pretty decent signature on radar. And so we're kind of starting to see this come in, and there might be some of that rotation just on the west side there as we're waiting for the newest radar scan to come in. This definitely is the most intense storm that we're seeing at this time. Just kind of give you the wider view of other locations. If you're watching us in Champaign, as of this time, we do have a little bit of rain here. But in Decatur, kind of the same thing. By far the strongest signature with our storm here that is stretching between Haines and Illiopolis. The tornado warning is continuing to find areas there from Illiopolis, going to be now well east of Mechanicsburg. Mechanicsburg, you're going to be rid of this. You're okay now in that area. But obviously the highest concern continues to be in far eastern. That's going to be right on the Sangamon-Macon County line, essentially, where some of that rotation is. Again, what we look for on some of these velocity signatures is the red, the green colors kind of coming next to one another. Definitely some strong winds. You're going to get some strong winds coming from this pretty much no matter whether you've got a tornado here or not. You definitely have some really strong winds. The Weather Service here just a couple minutes ago indicating that severe thunderstorm producing a tornado located over Illiopolis. It is moving to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour, and it's going to be in fairly rural areas of eastern Sangamon County here before too long, and then potentially into rural portions of southeastern Logan County, northwestern portions of Macon County here. So the big question is how will this continue to evolve as it moves through over the next few minutes or so? We are seeing that on reflectivity here, when we look at that very strong thunderstorm there, quite a bit of lightning associated with this as well. Several lightning strikes showing up on it, and the reflectivity, obviously, where you've got the bright reds and whatnot here, that's really heavy rainfall. It is moving here to the north and east. Here's another little bit of a loop on this for you, so you can kind of see how this storm really kind of evolved, and it went from not being a whole lot to quick development here, as the strengthening of this was fairly impressive on radar in a very short amount of time. And what we can do here is, again, show you exactly where some of that rotation is. Again, those reds and greens kind of sitting over Illiopolis here right now, maybe they're on the northwest side of town where some of that rotation still is. Again, strong signature still showing up here right now. Stay in your tornado safe spot if you are in Illiopolis here at this moment. What I want to do is just kind of back this up and show you how quickly this kind of evolved. The storm was once down here. You can see there south of Mechanicsburg, and you're looking at these reds and greens. So watch these reds and greens as they continue to lift to the north and east. And there was a definite uptick. I'm going to put this into motion in those colors. And even start to get some of those blues in there. That indicates some very strong winds. And this continued to lift off to the north and east there, crossing over I-72. And at this point was the strongest. They're just south of the interstate there. That was one of the strongest indicators we had with rotation. Now it's lifting in, and that strong wind would have just kind of passed through. Now we're seeing a little bit less in terms of that tornadic signature there, at least on the velocity scan here. So we'll have to kind of wait and see, kind of how things evolve. But we most definitely did just see a very pronounced area where a tornado could have formed. And this is going to be one of those things where possibly they will form quickly and cycle through and then eventually come back once again. But as of right now, the area of concern, we can kind of show it to you again. Here's a look at where the tornado warning is. Still, there's Illiopolis. Then you get into rural portions there of northeastern Sangamon County is where that current area is for the tornado warning. We'll see what the Weather Service does. If they carry this, eventually they're going to make some decisions on Logan, portions of Macon County, if this will continue to the north and east. So far, they have kept the warning as is at this moment. I also know that the Storm Prediction Center was also considering some kind of a watch of some sort in terms of potentially issuing either a severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch. I've not heard if that is going to be the case yet or not. But we've got this, window of opportunity over the next couple of hours as these storms lift to the north, that we could see these run into an environment that could still be favorable for tornadic storms. So we're going to be watching all of these carefully. A lot of the attention has been for areas out in Oklahoma and Kansas and Nebraska over the last several days here. But we may have our own little bit of severe weather that we are now dealing with at this time as well. If you're watching us here right along the Sangamon and Macon County line between Illiopolis, Niantic, if you're watching us up towards the Warrensburg, Latham area, I know obviously on edge after what just happened a little over a week ago with the tornadoes and storms that you had down there. And we're monitoring this closely. Again, just got some word from the Storm Prediction Center. They are definitely considering a tornado watch for our area now. So they are considering a tornado watch, which indicates that they also are thinking that these storms are going to stay in this environment. That would allow for these storms to turn tornadic here as we go throughout tonight. So no official watch just yet, but at this time, we are watching our storm here. Let's try to find, again, where some of that best velocity is located. And now we're looking at possibly, it's definitely looking more broad on radar than what we just had a few moments ago. We kind of back it up So that circulation probably passing just on the northwest side. And so now maybe trying to get something to form here north of Illiopolis, and then you get into southeastern portions of Logan County. We're going to be watching that area carefully. The storm here is kind of taken on a little bit of a different shape to it in terms of what the reflectivity even looked like earlier. When we show you that, you're going to see when we kind of back this up a few frames, notice the hook that we had when this kind of first started southeast of Mechanicsburg, that hook area here that I'm going to point out. So like that right there was kind of our first, that might be something. And then as this kind of moved off to the north and east, watch how it kind of loses some of that. And we call that the inflow there into the storm that helps kind of wrap things around a little bit. So it lift off there to the north and east, and there's still a little bit there that we're kind of looking at, that little kink in the line. So we're going to see if this kind of ramps up once again. Definitely an area that we're watching. But right now, the Weather Service has not continued the tornado warning to the north and east at this time. So we're just kind of waiting word to see what they do. This warning does go in effect, or it does stay in effect until 9:30 p.m. We'll go ahead and throw some of that data back on there for you. So until 9:30, Sangamon County has that tornado warning in effect. Listen, I know if you're watching there in southeastern Logan County in the Latham area, this storm is generally headed in your direction. If it starts to ramp up again, obviously concern would be increasing for the similar areas that did get hit not too long ago, over a week ago. So we're going to be watching this very carefully. I'm seeing that circulation now trying to kind of reform, especially for areas now well north of Illiopolis and Niantic. And so I'm going to see you see where that little kink is. Once again, this is probably going to be where some of that rotation is. And so when we look at it with the velocity, and what the velocity does for us is it allows us to basically see what the winds are doing within the storm. And when we show you that here, I'm going to pull that velocity signature back up for you. And what it's going to show are, once again, this little area where some of those reds and greens, see, they're pretty much right on the county line there, almost where all three of those counties are: Sangamon, the Macon, and the Logan County line. And I'll just zoom right down in to this area here. And you're talking about Bearsdale Road, Weber Road. You've got Hagen Road there, Dye Road, just to name a few of those. That's essentially where some of that circulation currently is. And so right there is what we're kind of looking at, folks. So that's what we've got right now. Right now, they've not continued that warning off to the north and east just yet. The circulation is still there, albeit a little bit weaker than what it was. If I don't know if anybody, if somebody can maybe make a call into anybody in Illiopolis or something, or see if they had anything, or if anybody has any reports of anything to Illiopolis here. I'm just curious if this possibly would have done any damage, or if we have any reports of anything that would have occurred. So maybe trying to give a call over there to that area. It was going to be a close call with them. It looked pretty good. If there is anything, if you guys have had any reports of damage or something, let us know what you did get in your neck of the woods, because again, we do have tornado warnings continuing in effect. This is a location here that obviously a week ago was impacted. Similar locations. We had tornadoes here just over a week ago, and here we are once again. Now, I will admit that some of the signatures here have come down just a little bit in the last few minutes, just in terms of, definitely what it looked like here just a little bit ago. And that storm is still showing some of the characteristics that would tell me that there might be. And so it looks like maybe a new warning here. Let me see what we just got. Okay, so we do have the new tornado warning. So new tornado warning is coming out now for portions of DeWitt, Logan, and Macon counties. So DeWitt, Logan, and Macon counties under the new tornado warning. So we're going to be extending this here now to the north and east. And as soon as we get the update on that, we will show you exactly where those where the county lines are going to be for this. It does look like that the tornado warning is probably going to include probably up towards Latham here, if I venture a guess. Again, just wait for that new data to kind of populate for us. And yep, sure enough, it's going to be Latham, literally all the way up to near Kinney and on the west side of Maroa is where that new tornado warning is now. So that means that tornado warning or outdoor warning sirens, those are going to be going off in a lot of locations now. Okay, you're going to have areas here. You can see them right here. This is the new warning area. Okay, so there's Maroa. That's the far eastern portion. You've got Kinney. That's up here. You're on the far northern portion of this, and this stretches all the way down. Latham right through the middle there. You're under it once again. If this continues off to the north and to the east, this would come in your general path. So that's what we've got right now. So that is kind of a look at where we've got the tornado warnings in effect once again for portions of Logan County, Macon County, and far southwestern portions of DeWitt County as well. We have got a very strong storm still showing signs of rotation with it. And this area here is going to be producing. And right now where I see some of that activity is literally right on the Macon, the Sangamon County line there, and the Logan County line. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to flip things back over to our velocity. Here it comes, and there it is. See where those reds and greens are? Once again, this is precisely where some of that rotation is located. And I know we're zoomed way down in here on this, so what I want to do is I can zoom in even more, and we can plot some of those roads. So Niantic Road, Mooney Road, Meridian Avenue, coming to the north there to Illiniwick Road, 169th Street. You're getting into southeastern portions of Logan County. That is where the rotation is. This is going to be coming right into the far southeastern portions of Logan County here. You are north of Niantic. You are south and west of Warrensburg, but this is going to be coming close again to the Latham area. I'm going to cross over Highway 121 as it lifts to the north and east. So what we can do here again, let's put a little bit of a path on this for you, kind of show you exactly where it's going. And as we take this, we bring it up here to the north and east. And I believe the speed on this continues to be at about 30 miles an hour or so. And there you go. So Latham, potentially here in the next, 7 or 8 minutes, this could be on top of you. Again, Maroa, you're kind of the far eastern edge of this, but this kind of shows you a general idea of the path that this is heading for. So that's what we've got here right now. The tornado warning continues. You're going to be looking at areas basically west of Warrensburg, rotation still showing up, and it's right on the county line there. These are going to be some of the most extreme kind of rural portions there. I mean, literally where the corners of all of those counties come together is where the tornado warning is. I know we got a lot of people watching from other locations here and maybe asking, okay, what about where I'm at here? Essentially, kind of how this works is if we're not talking about your location, you're okay right now. So just to show you that wide view, there's nothing in Danville, there's nothing in Champaign, even Decatur right now, you're okay. But just northwest of you is definitely where the strongest rotation is on the storm. This is going to be crossing right there on the corner of Logan and now Macon County, where the rotation is starting to show up a little bit more for us. And this is going to be coming in there between Latham and Warrensburg once again. If you are anywhere between Latham and Warrensburg there, you want to be kind of taking shelter at this time. So you're talking about essentially, let's see, you just got a report from our own Ariana Williams. She said that the sirens were still going off there in Iliopolis, still had some pretty heavy winds, but no word on tornadoes touching down. So that's some good news for us. We are definitely going to continue to monitor and hear about possibly any reports. But right now, The biggest concern is going to be coming into southeastern portions of Logan County, where some of that rotation is. So if you're in Latham right now, again, just a few minutes. Again, this is going to be one of those things where this thing's kind of cycling up a little bit back and forth. We get a couple of signatures where that tornadic development is showing a little bit more, and then it kind of falls off a little bit. We're in kind of one of those little walls potentially right now. But the area that we're definitely watching is located right here between Latham and Warrensburg. There's a reflectivity on this. Here's another kind of view of the general progression that's taking, so you can kind of see it lifting to the north and east. So down the line, I just want to kind of warn people a little bit more down the line. If you are in Clinton, you're not under a warning right now, but this storm is lifting in your direction. Maroa there, especially here is just kind of west of Maroa. You're going to want to be kind of paying attention here over the next half an hour or so. We want you to just kind of keep a close eye on things here, because things are developing pretty quick with this line as it lifts to the north. Largely all day, these storms have not had any severe criteria to them, but we're getting into a portion of the night where there's an interesting feature that shows up, and it's called the low-level jet. And the low-level jet comes out at nighttime. It can help enhance and develop thunderstorms if the right conditions are present. We actually have some fairly decent instability for it being 9:30 at night, and instability is fuel for storms to feed off of. And so there's a little pocket there that runs up to about Hayworth or so, where there's about, we call about 1,000 joules of CAPE. And so there's going to be at least over the next, I think, hour and a half or so, where that potential is there, where the severe weather could maintain itself over the next, hour and a half, 2 hours. So we're going to be carefully monitoring that. Law enforcement did report a funnel cloud when that storm came across south of I-72, new milepost 112. The funnel cloud was moving northeast, so that was exactly what we were seeing on radar. That lined up perfectly because it was just south of the interstate where we had a really strong indicator of rotation there. So that definitely checks out for us fairly well. That was reported from law enforcement earlier as the storm came through. Right now, the rotation on our storm, we're starting to see just a little bit more. You see that little hook area, okay, a little bit of a notch is what I like to call it, this notch that's right here. That is an area where that rotation is, and this is going to come close to Latham, maybe passing just to your south and east, but it's going to be right on the county line there once again, where that potential area would be for the rotation. So that's what you're looking at right there. This is lifting here to the north and east to kind of show you where you can see where Maroa is located. Most definitely right here, that little area. And again, it's kind of one of those things where we get a little bit of an uptick in the reflectivity and velocity signature, then it seems to kind of fall apart as well. So we kind of keep going back and forth between this. We don't have the most perfect, I guess you would say, ingredients today as compared to what we had last week, but we've got just enough. This is where we've got just enough for things to form here, and that's kind of what we're looking at here at this time in terms of the potential for these tornadoes to form. And so here we are again. It looks like some of that rotation is going to be just southeast of Latham right now. Going to be literally between Latham and Warrensburg. If you're kind of anywhere in that general area, listen, I know if you're in Latham, it is coming down. You've got a lot of heavy rainfall. You've got the lightning flashing all around you. Right now, that circulation does seem to be just to the south and east, but definitely still stay in your tornado safe spot here just for the next few minutes or so as we kind of wait and watch and see exactly how this passes through. We are finding that. So you said Jacob's in Lincoln? Is that what you said? Okay. So Jacob is in Lincoln right now. He's still northwest of the storm there, but Jacob, go ahead. What do you got?
Hey, Kevin, just getting off of Interstate 55 in Lincoln. Had to come south from Peoria to catch up here. I've got a little bit of information for you here. First off, wanted to mention that Tornado sirens. I got a report from a buddy that the tornado sirens are going off in Farmer City. So I wanted to bring you aware of that because the county-based warning system is leading to issues where sirens are sounding far away from the storm. In addition, another buddy is down in Illiopolis, and he says it didn't have anything at this point, but he's going to be watching that. We are going to cut our way to the east side of Lincoln, probably go right by the National Weather Service, and then from there, we will head east towards the Clinton area and try and intercept this storm. One thing for us, Kevin, is that we will be coming in on the rainy side of things. So it's going to be hard for us to see until that storm passes, but still, we've noticed quite a bit of lightning and the rain falling here in Lincoln. We will keep you updated from the Storm Tracker live in Lincoln. I'm Jacob Dickey. We will send it back to you, Kevin.
Okay, so Jacob's gonna kind of reposition. He's gonna have to punch the core there of that storm and good on the other side of it there, and then possibly give us a look here. But all right, here's the newest update here with us, Latham. Right now, okay, this tornado warning for you. You're right on the edge of it, but I'm starting to see that circulation probably pass just to your east. So that's Latham right here. You see Warrensburg right along 121. It's going to be literally almost smack dab in between where some of that rotation is, but this is still lifting to the north and east. And so then you're looking at areas in far northwestern portions of Macon County. Maroa, you're right on the edge of this. We're hearing some reports that the sirens are going off possibly there in Maroa as well. You can see how that warning possibly went through the middle of the city. I can't quite tell there. It's close there. So that's why potentially those sirens are going off. Just to be on the safe side here, because the unpredictability of just how this storm may evolve and the exact direction that it may take. Maybe just kind of err on the side of caution until we kind of see how this continues to develop as it moves to the north and east. Again, the reason that we're on the air right now, we've got a tornado warning, a very similar location to had warnings on Thursday where tornadoes did form. And so we're seeing this same northwestern kind of portion now of Macon County being under the gun with this. You're getting a lot of heavy rainfall, I know, from Mount Pulaski and stretching into southern portions of Logan County, Lake Fork there. A lot of heavy rainfall, ton of lightning there, just kind of widening the view out there. I know it's storming pretty good there, in Weldon, Hayworth. You've got a lot of heavy rainfall, but we're kind of looking at the southern tail of all of this is where you sometimes can get the formation for a little circulation to get going. And that's what we've got going on here right now. We just got a report Latham Fire. They're monitoring things right now. They don't see anything at this moment, but Latham Fire, they are checking things out. And those first responders out there, they're always kind of the eyes and ears a lot of times of law enforcement, whether volunteer fire departments, these smaller fire departments out there. They ask the guys and gals to go out and try to see what they can see out there to be those eyes to help give us reports, and we appreciate them as well doing that for us. And so they've got their crews out there. And so probably next in line, they're going to have crews possibly into portions of DeWitt County, going to be watching things carefully, anywhere between kind of Kinney, the Kinney area there, Osper, all of those locations to the south there. Far northwestern portions of Macon County is where essentially the next area is where the concern is going to be for this storm. I will say that we've lost some of the characteristics that we did have just a little bit ago in terms of the circulation with it, but you're definitely going to be into some of the more rural areas here of northwestern Macon County as this kind of starts to roll through. We'll watch towards, Weldon Springs State Park, the Tunbridge area and Kinney. We're going to be watching all of that. But essentially what we're looking at is areas there along West School Road, Highway 18 there, where some of this rotation could show up. But here's what I want to do to kind of give you that indicator of how there has been at least a little bit of a weakening in some of this. We talk about these reds and greens being really close to one another, right? Okay. And so, especially when there's the brighter colors. So what I'll do is I'm just going to back this up just a few frames here. Notice as we back it up, we definitely had way more of that as this passed down near Illiopolis. Look at those colors, those bright colors that we had about 45 minutes ago, and where this all kind of formed. And then lifted off here to the north and east. And so this is when we had the report was right here. That was the report of the funnel cloud. That makes total sense. You almost, it's like a pink and the blue and the red, like all those colors right there. That is the extreme rotation that we had. This lifted to on the northwest side of Illiopolis. Okay. And then continued. Here it was as it crossed into southeastern portions of Logan County. Notice still a little bit of that uptick there in the red and greens, but look at what those signatures are showing now. It's what we call more broad. Broad rotation, not as of a tight of a circulation with it. And essentially what that's doing is telling us, okay, we don't have the same kind of little couplet, the same kind of, tight portion of the storm that would allow for that rotation to form. So essentially what that is going to help us to determine is there might be a slight weakening. The problem is this storm has already shown characteristics of kind of ramping up, falls apart, gets going once again. As I mentioned, not all of the same ingredients that we typically have are present. So it's going to be one of those things where we may have a tornado form in a few minutes time. It may weaken and then kind of kick itself up once again. So we're continuing to watch this area carefully with this rotation. And it's going to be basically here on the kind of north and west of Warrensburg, potentially what we're kind of looking at, where some of that still could be located. Lifting to the north and east at this time. Plenty of lightning on this. I know a lot of you that are watching are seeing quite the light show, but as I look at it, the storm itself becoming a little bit more ragged in nature. Not seeing some of those same radar signatures that we typically would find. You're getting some heavy rainfall, and don't get me wrong, quite a bit of lightning there, but I kind of want to just keep an eye. We always want to keep an eye kind of on the southern tip of all of these, because this is not your kind of typical little setup here. And so I'm just going to continue to kind of watch this down here. That's down kind of near Warrensburg. We call these kind of the tail end Charlies here. What will happen is you'll get a circulation, then another one may start to form a little bit more to the south as the storm kind of evolves a little bit. I'm not saying that that's doing anything right now, but it is something that I'm just going to continue to watch carefully as we go throughout the course of tonight here. Let me look at something here. Looks like the Weather Service, they've expired for DeWitt, Logan, and Macon. Okay, so then so the storm which prompted the warning has weakened, and so that's talking exactly about what I was just mentioning, that it did look like, in fact, that the storm was weakening a little bit. So they've gone ahead and allowed for that tornado warning to expire early. So what that is going to mean for us here is our policy is when we've got warnings, we stay on here with you. So I'm just going to double check a couple of things here. And I want to make sure that we're all clear on everything before we potentially send things back to regular programming here, and then get you into our 10 o'clock newscast in about 20 minutes or so. I just want to make sure that all is clear. I want to also show people, listen, these are still some pretty decent storms that are rolling through, and I don't want you to let your guard down and think that this is over, because I actually don't think it's going to be completely over here just yet. So we want you to keep paying attention here. Still going to be monitoring what the Storm Prediction Center tells us in terms of whether or not they're going to be issuing a watch of some sort. That is going to be possible for us. So we're going to be absolutely wanting you to stay with us here as we go throughout the course of this evening into the overnight hours. Definitely tune in at 10 o'clock. Here in about 20 minutes, I'm going to have a lot more information as to how things may evolve here during the overnight hours. See if the Storm Prediction Center wants to issue any kind of a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch, and let us know kind of how that may evolve. But as we look at the radar here right now, definitely losing some of the same characteristics that we did have just a little bit ago in terms of the tornadic formation. But I would still be on the lookout. If you're up in Clinton, Maroa, DeWitt, listen, just down the line, Farmers City, Wapella there, Hayworth, as these storms kind of lift to the north, we just got to kind of watch them carefully, monitor them. And that's exactly what we're going to kind of do here to keep you updated on how this is going to evolve. Definitely going to still see possibly some stronger winds with this. These storms are going to be moving over those prolific wind farms that are out there in northwest Macon County that we have no doubtedly talked quite a bit about over the years, but that always sometimes adds some interesting characteristics to what it does to the radar signatures. So it's something we have to kind of dissect and definitely look at. But literally, really, storms are right over where those wind farms are located there in northwestern Macon County, west of Maroa and Forsyth. So as of right now, with no other additional warnings in effect, what we're going to do here, again, guys, we're going to send it back to our regular programming, regroup here. If any other warnings get issued, we will, of course, let you know about that. We're going to be on at 10 o'clock on WCIA with the latest on what to expect for the rest of tonight. I don't think we're completely out of the woods just yet. And I wouldn't be surprised even if another tornado warning is issued at some point here. So stick with us, and we'll let you know how things evolve. Thanks for tuning in here to our severe weather coverage. Stay safe tonight, and we'll have more if any of that weather warrants us cutting back in once again. For now, I'm Chief Meteorologist Kevin Lighty. We'll send it back to regular programming.
sigh of relief.
Crazy, determined.
Nearly 10,000 people, all determined and some might say crazy, came to Champaign to run. Some competed in a marathon, half marathon, 10K or 5K through the Christie Clinic Illinois race weekend.
There's a lot of people here, so I think it's a big testament to the race organizers and the city of Champaign for putting this together.
Jamie Marcos was the talk of the town. The 25-year-old finished first in the marathon.
It just feels great to be a part of this culture and this race and Champaign, and you know, I'm moving here in June, and it's going to be like home for me. It is home at this point, so it feels good.
Saturday saw perseverance in more ways than Marcos. It almost didn't happen. Last night's protests on campus shifted law enforcement's attention elsewhere, canceling Friday's 5K. It wasn't until late last night when people learned the race was officially on.
Up until just this morning, we were working around the clock to secure additional personnel, additional public safety personnel in order to make this happen.
Spokesperson for the event, Chris Kester, says organizers were up all night solidifying security details.
We just looked for some additional public safety resources as far as police. So we were able to get some assistance from the Illinois State Police, as well as all the partner police departments that have been working with us over the past several months. Of course, Champaign, Urbana, Champaign County, and some of our friends from Danville, Bloomington, and other places.
Lindy Drollinger is from Champaign and ran the 10K.
I am so very excited and even more thankful for all of our amazing police officers that worked so hard through all the stress of yesterday to make sure that not only were things handled appropriately last night, but that we're going to be able to have a safe run today. I'm very excited.
It was an amazing race that almost didn't happen.
I got to give the race director, Jan, a hug right before, because I know this crew's been up all night trying to pull this race off, and it was just amazing how they came through and made it happen. So hats off to them.
This year's race marked a couple of special milestones. It was the first time the event ran through the village of Savoy. It was also the first time since 2019, before the pandemic, that the full marathon was included in the race.
An Urbana Fire Department is thanking two first responders who helped save a life during the marathon. Urbana firefighter Calvin Kearns and Champaign firefighter Sean Manuel were both of the firefighters. Around 9:30 this morning, they responded to a runner lying on the trail with no pulse. First responders did CPR until the pulse returned. The patient was then taken to the hospital. The fire department says swift action and teamwork led to a positive outcome. And at 11:30 last night, Chancellor Jones released a statement reading, quote, "We have reached a peaceful resolution that has ended the demonstration outside of the Illini Union." Going on to state, "We have agreed to allow them to temporarily relocate their activities to the public access green space west of Gregory Avenue and north of Oregon Street. We reached this compromise to avoid physical confrontation that would endanger demonstrators and our police officers alike." Jones states this was the safest way to move forward for all parties as they prepare for the final week of the semester. And yesterday's protest started with students setting up an encampment in the early morning, leading to one arrest. Then hours later, protesters did it again with a demonstration lasting more than 3 hours and with police presence from 5 surrounding departments. Students and protesters stood arm in arm near U of I's alma mater statue. It started at 5 in the morning and went on well into the evening. Students were standing in support of Palestine and calling for the university to do the same.
Divestment from the genocide, divestment from the Palestinian occupation.
I mean, we have something like diverse students here, like kids from like all over the world, basically. So I mean, it's really not surprised. Like this is like happening in people's homes, so they're gonna want to fight for it.
One student was arrested after university officials told them setting up structures on campus was not allowed.
So there's been one person arrested for peacefully resisting. He's currently being held.
Got it. In a statement, the university said, quote, "Anyone who interferes with that removal is subject to consequences, including arrest when criminal laws are violated." Only protesters did it again around 3 p.m., this time with interlocking arms and surrounding the tent.
What's happening here is a civil rights movement. It's not anti-Semitic. Jewish people are at the forefront of these protests. This is like the civil rights movement. This is like an anti-war movement of the 60s and 70s.
Campus police arrived first, breaking through the crowd and removing some of the structures. police returned with backup. Champaign, Urbana, and Mahomet police departments, and the Champaign County Sheriff's Office. But as law enforcement numbers grew, so did protesters. In a release, campus police called the demonstration an unlawful assembly.
We are like severely dedicated individuals. We are passionate about the cause. And I mean, I've spoken to everyone here. They're not leaving.
In Urbana, Ariana Williams with WCIA 3, your local news leader. Now we have a quick update about the student protests. As of today, students are currently on standby to resume protests on campus. They initially had the plans to mobilize at 11 a.m. They didn't give a reason for the change, but organizers say they are coordinating and strategizing to figure out the best plan of action, and they plan to resume demonstrations either later on tonight or tomorrow. And the Sangamon Valley Public Water boil order has been lifted. It was issued for homes on the south side of Pius Street and Candlewood Estates. In a release, officials said it was a precautionary measure to ensure safety and health of the residents. And the Champaign County community will be coming together tomorrow to honor 2 local workers who lost their lives while on the job. 40-year-old Kevin Pelham and 45-year-old Brandon Hardway will be recognized at Dodds Park in Champaign. Hardway was the general manager of Poor Brothers Tap Room in Champaign, or downtown Champaign. He was shot and killed in February while on break. Pelham was a member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 51. In 2000, he was killed driving between job sites. Both names will be added to the memorial. All right, now, Kevin, we saw some very intense weather out there.
Yeah, there was a little storm that got a little out of hand there for a second. Did have reports of funnel clouds with that. Now it's storming really good over Clinton. If you're watching us there in DeWitt County right now, boy, it's coming down, isn't it? I mean, it is raining buckets there. A lot of lightning as well on Highway 10. And we're going to hopefully try to gather back with Jacob, who's in that area, get a report from him, talk about the tornado watch that's in effect, then let you know what you can expect overnight before you head to bed. That's all coming up next. Stay tuned.
Now, Central Illinois' most accurate forecast with meteorologist Kevin Lighty.
We've zoomed down into the area that has the strongest thunderstorm right now, and it's over at Clinton. It's in DeWitt County here. Okay, it's going to be right along Highway 10 there. Really heavy rainfall. I'm not seeing, extreme signs of rotation, but this thing is definitely producing a ton of rain, probably quite a bit of lightning there as well. And I believe in this general area is where we have our own meteorologist, Jacob Dickey, in the storm tracker right now. And so what I want to do is talk to Jacob there. I think you're just east of Clinton now. What are you seeing? You got back out ahead of the storm.
Yeah, that's right, Kevin. I just passed Lane. Lane is that way from me, and about 2 miles this way is Wapella here. I'm turned to the south of the side of the road, and it's hard to see. It's nighttime here, so that's one thing that's tricky. It looks pitch black in the screen. We'll see if we can't get a lightning bolt to illuminate well. I can kind of make out some of the lights in Decatur off in the distance, and there appears to be a lowering still in place. It looks more like a shelf cloud to me than anything, but that's where that earlier rotation was. Of course, the storm, there you go. You can kind of get a little bit of a flash there. I've been a little shy. Now, the lightning has trended down on it. Maybe the rotation's not quite as obvious, but so you're going to keep an eye on that there and watch that little spot. I'll tell you this too, Kevin. The rain coming down Route 10 out of Clinton, torrential downpours with these storms. Also had a little small hail mixed on in there. It was coming down so fast, water ponding very quickly on the road. And so if you're out and about tonight, these storms have a lot of juice to work with. Some flooding certainly on the table, at least while that rain is falling. And so we'll keep an eye on that. Going to stay out here as long as we need to through the night, Kevin. Hopefully it's a quiet night, but if not, you and I, we're going to keep folks covered here in the field and in the studio. Live in DeWitt County, I'm Jacob Dickey in the Storm Tracker. Kevin, I'll send it back to you.
All right, so here's where Jacob is located. So that's Lane. That's right there. Just east of that, you can see there's where Weldon is. And so he's kind of looking at that storm there, talking about the lightning, the heavy rainfall. This is what he drove through. Okay, he just drove through that really heavy stuff. So this is the same storm that did eventually lift to the north and east from where Illiopolis had that report of the funnel cloud from law enforcement right there along I-72. So this continues to lift off to the north and east. And so we've got some other areas. Fisher, I know it's raining pretty good where you are. Just nudging the rain to Gibson City on the west side of Rantoul and Thomasboro before too long. But here's what I want to do. I want to zoom out and show you the reason why they've also issued this tornado watch. There's a gigantic line of storms that stretches from west of Quincy all the way back to Columbia, Missouri. And there are warnings along this. And this is going to be moving into western Illinois as we go throughout tonight, hopefully in a weakening trend. But if the Weather Service is issuing tornado watches until 4 a.m., they're thinking maybe not so fast. So we've got two areas here. We've got these storms that have just formed, lifted to the north, and then we've got that line back out to the west. So here's how the future track kind of plays it out. We're going to have to watch all of those storms lifting to the north tonight, converging from the west, this big line of intense thunderstorms coming out of Missouri. Notice maybe there is some of that weakening. We're hoping for that to be the case. But severe weather threat is definitely there through tonight. We would have the potential for some tornadoes, definitely some strong winds. And then I got to briefly kind of talk about tomorrow, late tomorrow night. We could do this again with some more thunderstorms to roll through. Storm Prediction Center also has that slight risk out here to the west. So I just want to get to the tonight forecast here. More scattered thunderstorms, that tornado watch in effect until 4 a.m., 82. Tomorrow, it's going to be warm. Listen, I think a lot of during the day tomorrow is going to be really nice, but we're going to watch out for those severe storms. Right now, if you're looking for a dry day, Tuesday may be the day for that before more storms come back into next week. All right, we've got much more WCA3 News at 10 coming up after the break.
Live from your local news leader, Central Illinois' most accurate forecast with meteorologist Seth Golnoff and Andy Olson on sports. You're watching WCIA 3 News at 10.
The Federal Trade Commission is making it easier for workers to switch jobs within their industry. The agency issued a rule banning companies from making employees sign non-compete clauses. The Labor Department also unveiled a new rule that would extend overtime pay to salary workers who earn less than $1,128 a week. All right, what is sports looking like now?
We got NFL draft this weekend and some more Illini. I hear their names, plus undrafted free agents as well. Plus, we're taking a trip to Charleston for the Panthers spring game. All that and more next.
From the official television station of Illini Sports, this is WCIA 3 Sports and Copper Creek Contractors, your Illini Nation.
Casey Washington can call himself an NFL draft pick tonight. The former Illinois wide receiver selected in the 6th round by the Atlanta Falcons. He's the first Illini wideout pick since 2012. Washington had a breakout senior season, posting career-high numbers in receptions, yards, and touchdowns, 49 passes, 670 yards, and 4 TDs, including a final game in Orange and Blue he will never forget. Scored 3 times, 218 yards, both third in school history for a game. Washington, the 4th Illini selected in this year's draft. Johnny Newton, the highest pick from Illinois, going in the 2nd round of the Commanders. Isaiah Adams and Tip Ryman will be teammates once again, both 3rd round selections to the Cardinals. And then Washington, who is the 55th NFL draft pick in Brett Bielema's head coaching career. Several more Illini signed as undrafted free agents tonight. Isaiah Williams going to the Lions. Keith Randolph Jr. staying in state with the Bears. That'll be fun to see if he can make the squad. While Denzel Daxon gets a contract from the Cowboys. And how about this? John Paddock to the Falcons, because Atlanta needs another quarterback, right? There should be plenty more UDFAs coming up here the next couple of days. The Eastern Illinois football team takes the field this morning for its annual spring game at O'Brien Field. The Panthers starting year 3 under head coach Chris Wilkerson, who led the team to a breakout fall last year, posting an 8-3 record, just missing out on the FCS playoffs. And it's the defense shining in the blue-white scrimmage. Some 1-versus-1 time as well with live contact. Love to see that. Pierce Hawley back to pass, broken up. Najee Burt in the back of the end zone to save 6. Then we've got a bad snap, and the ball goes out of the back of the end zone for a safety. 2 points in a spring game. Didn't see that coming, but the offense starts to pick it up in the second half as Kevin Conway, dropping back, hits Joe McNabb, the tight end, over the middle. He's close to getting in. They mark him down at the 1 to set up the game's only touchdown. Tyler Clark able to punch it in. Windy conditions make it tough to do a lot in the passing game. Ref's hat flying off there as well. Theme of the day, defense, so only fitting we end with that as well. Picked off. He goes down in the end zone. Makai Wilson puts a cap on spring ball overall. Wilkerson and his team say they feel like they accomplished a lot in their 15 practices.
I feel like we set a standard last year, and the standard just carried over. People left and people came, but the standard is set and it stayed.
You guys took a step in the right direction. For us, this is about taking the next step, and the players have worked really hard in the winter program. We did a great job through the spring, continuing to grow and improve, but we know we got a lot of work to do between now and August when we open in Champaign.
And EIU will play Illinois Thursday, August 29th. This should be a fun one. Both camps are done. So now it's all pointing towards this game and the season opener. All right, just down the road from Charleston and Mattoon, college softball this afternoon has Lakeland hosting Rend Lake in a doubleheader. After winning game 1, 15-0, more of the same in the second. Bella Atkinson sends a ball to the wall, an RBI double to get the Lakers on the board. Tinley Beecham, very good in the circle, striking out 7 in 5 innings, only allowing 3 hits. She gets plenty of offense with the wind blowing out. Tia Durst sends a high fly to center. It leaves the yard with ease. 8-0 the final. Lakes pitch a shutout in both games. Meanwhile, Illinois softball falls for the second straight day at Ohio State. The Illini put up 5 runs in the first inning, but give up 13 straight to get run ruled in 5. Illinois baseball goes for its 10th straight win. The Illini visiting Maryland, and the Terps grabbed the early 4-0 lead in the second when Jacob Schroeder absolutely unloads on this ball to left. Long gone, not even close, cuts the lead to 1. But a whole lot of long ball in College Park after Maryland adds a run in their half of the second. Vitus Valencius sends a ball over the center field wall there to tie it up at 5. We've got a brand new ball game. But in the home half of the third, another home run. This one a 2-run shot from the Terps to put them out in front, and it's a lead they don't give back. 4 homers in the game in all. The winning streak over for the Orange and Blue. 9-8 the final, game 3. Tomorrow. Let's go to the big leagues. Cardinals go for 2 straight wins against the Mets in Queens. Potentially, maybe. Here we go. Now we have it. Great first inning. Nolan Arenado gets us started with an RBI single. Next batter, Paul Goldschmidt drives in 2 more with a double, all part of a 4-run first. Redbirds led by as many as 6, and the Cardinals go on to win it 7-4. The final. Meanwhile, the Cubs trailed by as many as 17. Yes, you heard that right. Not a good day for the Northsiders in Boston. It goes from bad to worse. We've got position players pitching, Patrick Wisdom throwing up lob balls, and just because you don't see this very often, the 17th run of the day, Chicago gets shut out 17-0, the final. And there's only one swing you need to see in the White Sox game tonight. Top 10, when Andrew Benintendi says, time to go home. He calls ball game. 8-7 the final. Chicago has its 5th win of the season. They've won 2 in a row. It's the first time that's happened all year. How about that? 5 wins in a month. They are not good, but better days are ahead. Let's hope for the White Sox.
Let's hope. Fingers crossed. And we'll have a final check of your forecast after this.
Tornado watch still in effect until 4 a.m. You can see the counties that are highlighted. We are going to be monitoring things here carefully. Also, a flash flood warning now in effect for DeWitt County because of all the heavy rainfall that they've had. Still monitoring a few of those from Farmer City. Got one coming towards you right now.
Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.